Hello, oh, great start. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hope you're having a nice Saturday. I sure am having a nice Saturday. Nothing bad has happened to me. Hello, Camilla. Hello, Croats. Hello, Mr. Taco. And hello, myself. Yes. Hope you enjoy this starting soon screen that I did just now. It took me like 5 whole minutes to find a fucking PNG of a gazebo that was actually transparent and not just bullshit fed to me by the search engine. Oh, I hope your next week is better as well. Hey guys, what's up? Hello, Pink Honeybug. How's it going? Yeah, it's been a while. What's this game? This is a starting student screen. We're gonna play umineko. When they cry. First, first step. I was gonna say first playthrough. That is not true. First episode. Okay, let me move on to the chat. It just feels weird moving on to the chat screen after I set up all that shit on the other screen. Hang on. Wait, I forgot I can do this. Probably? Yes, okay. We can do this. There we go. Now I can just stay here for a little bit more. Yeah, this umineko. We're gonna play this all night until like 5 a.m. So that's like what? 8 hours? Yeah, sure. I can totally go for 8 hours. Every time I've done this for 4 hours, it's nearly killed me, but I can totally do it for 8. What is the worst thing that's happened to image format? It's fine, except for when you want something that's transparent. That's when it becomes horrible and awful and the worst thing ever, and you want it to die forever. 1 billion o'clock, yes. That's what I want. We're gonna speedrun this in 40 minutes. Yes. No, we're not gonna speedrun this, actually. We're gonna slow run this. Now I need to move on to the game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the guys that like this new starting soon screen that I'm trying out. You'll never... Well, that's not true. You may see it again someday. If there's ever any sort of rain sort of thing going on. This would have been real good yesterday, because yesterday it was raining real hard. Ah, fuck, man. Yeah, I was wondering about that name change. I was like, is that... And then I remember that I got you with the... I tagged you with the VIP specifically so I could keep track of you. That is not true. I did not do that for that reason. But it would be funny, like, oh yeah, I gave you a VIP tag specifically so I could tell when you're using your alt. This is not the right scene. Hang on. Oh, and hello Mage and hello Fire Mountain. It's been really rainy, and I live in a place where there's a lot of roads that are not pavimented. So some huge holes happening. Some pretty big holes. Damn. No, I didn't know till it. I was legitimately taken so aback that I didn't know how to react to it. Let's see. The biggest hole of all. Okay, you don't gonna brag about it, but okay. I guess I can't confirm or deny that. Hello, harmless. Um, here we go. Ginso noticed the sound of raindrops beating on the window. Oh, by the way, does anybody here need like a reminder or a catch up of what has currently gone on in this game? Do you want me to give you a quick recap of the story so far? Because as always, I can do that. Previously on Umineko's that I'm getting better at that set thing. Now I'm doing it more by reflex than before. I'm learning my American pronunciation. Well, in the meantime, we were Beatrice killed someone long ago, but they were stupid about it because they were dumb and evil. No, they didn't kill anybody. They gave Kinso, she gave Kinso a lot of money, and Kinso used it uh to ally himself with the occupational forces and start a bunch of businesses and get super rich. And the legend goes that the person who gave Ginso that initial funding was Beatrice the Witch. And then they started making up a bunch of rumors about her, like how she lives in the forest, so you shouldn't go to the forest, and how she comes to the mansion sometimes and messes with the lights and windows and does a bunch of little pranks like that. And uh, what else? What else? Oh yeah, and she made like a pact with Ginso, and that's why he made the whole epitaph thing where people have to solve the mystery of the painting in order to get all the golds. And if they fail, Kinso's incantation works and he brings Beatrice back to life, which is what he's trying to do. Okay. Kinso noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kinso approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of rain is the sound of silence. That sound feels quieter than any silence. It makes humans remember that, in the end. They're alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die. You're late, Beatrice. Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinso's gaze. Oh, let's go. This is one of the really good tracks. Well then, let us begin. Let us begin our banquet of miracles. This island has now been cut off from the worlds. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. Hang on, let me check the volume. Is the volume too high? No, it seems fine. It could be a little bit lower for me though. There we go. The island has... okay. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children. 3 of their companions. 4 of my grandchildren. Me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulettes. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle. Come and devour to your heart's content. I will achieve victory over that roulette. Hey, that's 11 people, just like the riddle. Which riddle? I don't know which riddle. Hang on, what? I'll put everything on the line. First, I'll return the inheritance of the Ushidamiya family. Accept it. The plaque. Oh, right. Yeah. The plaque. For a second, I was like, what riddle? Is there like a famous riddle? Kinso tore the window open, ripped the golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring. And when you are resurrected, surely I will be the one who stands witness. I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken. So come, Beatrice. Welcome to my banquet. In exchange for all that I have created, show me another miracle just this once. Oh, Beatrice. I should have done this last stream because that was a very good way to end it. The very famous riddle. I guess it is famous in the sense. Have you noticed that the logo says "When They Cry 3"? Even though this is the first episode of umineko. Is it called When They Cry 3 because When They Cry 1 is Higurashi and When They Cry 2 is Higurashi the Answer Arcs? Maybe. I'm not sure. A new sticker. Yeah, I think so. A new sticker. Oh, okay. That makes sense. A new sticker popped up on top of the TV program we were watching. Oh, but why Megami Tensei though? You're right, I forgot. You're right. I haven't changed the name. It's kind of funny because this name for Megami Tensei was already the new legend of the witch golden. just completely fucking up the name by now. It is so mangled. This would be as successful if they called it Seagulls When They Cry. Because they only romanized the first parts. Seagulls When They Cry. Maybe, but only because it already has the pedigree of the first game. Now, if the first game was called Cicadas When They Cry, it's hard to say. I once told my dad I was reading a mystery novel called When Seagulls Cry. I think I told my dad that once as well. when I borrowed his and then there were none copy. You know, just to get it like, oh, this is what Umineko's based off of, at least partially. And so I told my dad about it, and I didn't tell him, oh, this is actually an anime visual novel. And so, yeah, this is a novel, a mystery novel. Popped up on Hello Q. How's it going? It's a mystery novel, yeah. But what is the mystery? There's no mystery. I guess the mystery is where's the gold. A new sticker popped up. Okay. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. This is so topical for me. The mystery unraveled. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. Oh, it's this guy. Hello. Battle. This rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment. You wish. They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day tomorrow. Who's this guy? This is Battler. They call him Battler because that's his name. Check it out. Ushinomiya Battler. That's him, the son of Rudolph. Jessica mentioned. And even a little bad weather stopped the boats from coming. It looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. I need to close this window so I stop doing stupid things. Dragon Sword 7. Oh, right. Do you actually call him Dragon Sword 7? Was that like an old translation they used for his name? I've never read any of these or engaged with them meaningfully. They're really good. They're really good, mage. Both this one and Higurashi are really good. When will they make a sequel? I don't think they're gonna make a sequel. Fuck! Dragon Sword 07 is the forum username. Yeah. I mean, you do know, right? The author of this series is commonly known as Ryukishi 07. The 07 is included, so I think it is his actual forum username. Looks like we won't be able to head out on Sunday after all. Just in case, I cleared all outside business from my Monday schedule. And I'm glad I did. Which means, it looks like we'll get to skip school Monday. Living on an island's starting to sound pretty good. And they are 18? What? Age? Years old? Yes. Well, they're different ages. Battler and Jessica, I think, are 18. But they're, like, on high school, like, on their way out. And George is a little bit old. I think George is, like, 19 or 20. I don't remember his age. Something around that age. The Ryu guy. No, the Ryu guy is way older. He's an old guy. Oh, so that means they were more in that year. Yeah, 1907. No, he was definitely not born in 2007. Like, he would actually... when did it come out? Like in 2000s? Maybe early 2010s? Late 2000s? The first episode? And the first episode of Higurashi, and Higurashi in general, is based, at least partially, on the years that Ryukishi worked as a social worker. So he would have to have been born a little bit before 2007 if he was already writing about that, like less than 10 years later. Yeah, the inverted crucifix zipper is really good. Oh, the L7 is Rena from FF5. Is that why... Is that really the only reason why Rena is called like that? Rena, the... Yeah, sure, fuck it. The main character of Higurashi. Let's call her the main character of Higurashi. You had to skip school Monday. Living on an island is starting to sound pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you gotta take a boat to school every day, don't you? What do you do when the boats stop running? Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing? Like King Kamehameha? If the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Usually I'm ordered to study by myself, and it's not that fun with someone standing right behind you watching everything you do. During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time and make you miss a bunch of days in a row? That does happen sometimes. Still, I'd get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day, who would sourly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in. She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Battler-kun. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done. It'd actually be easier to just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress. When I get into college, I really just want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island. Hang on. I don't remember which... Oh, well, this works. This is such a rare portrait for Jessica. I didn't even remember it existed. She almost never does this expression. Okay. By the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning, but then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed? She never smiles, damn. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard being the future head of the family. Do you spend the night at school? Yeah, sure. That actually happens a lot. Normally, yeah, this is a much more common portrait when she's hitting the Maya Fey. This one. Because of that, they built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on. That's where you'd spend the night. Sometimes, when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time. Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed to twice its capacity might carelessly think that commuting by boat would be pretty interesting and fun. No, but it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own. You know, I like this. I like this bit of writing because it's like, you know, a lot of people complain about trains, but they don't realize how fucking base trains are actually. And this is true. He's completely right about that. You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the time. I've had enough of this island life. I really just want to graduate high school and say goodbye to this island. But they're all schools even for high school, right? Why'd you choose that Nijima school of all places? I've wanted to go to one of those from the beginning. Mom's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as a successor. That Virago, as the future Virago, as he would actually would say. I could take the train to work, but that would take so long to just drive. It's so real. Yeah, me too. So I ended up sticking close to home even for high school. Man, I hate this island. I just want to go live in the city. Fighting to survive and keeping the dream alive. I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky. As long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals. And can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes. Yeah, that's so good. Hold on just a little longer. Just a bit more and you'll graduate high school, right? I can't wait a little longer. Jessica stretched down and reclined on the sofa. Battler, I don't know what Battler dreams about. That's Jessica. Maybe it was a bad time slot because they weren't any interesting programs on. And we had nothing to do with that languidly kill time until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin room after all. Oh yeah, remember? Remember what happened to Maria on the last stream? She got really upset that her flower was gone, and we couldn't find it. And then her mom came, and she got mad at her for being so upset about the flower, and stuff happens. Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. It had to be pretty boring for Marielle by herself while the adults had a Confucian conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful. Let's see. I was waiting for the emote to load. And since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed while we were here. We stayed where we were. Okay. Knocking? At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. The humble knock. I don't know why I thought of a stupid meme with this one. Like somebody going, man, my stupid doorbell doesn't work. It's busted again. And then below that, someone saying, like a prompt saying, the humble knock. And somebody just knocking the door. Jessica answered. Yes? The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion. It was Kanun-kun's voice. Ah, I messed it up then. I gave it a little bit too much personality. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't he have just called us on the telephone? Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient routes. Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go. George Aniki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. I've always been a huge fan of the main family dinners. And didn't Goda-san say it was a calf steak or something? Oh, I can't wait. Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. Even I'm looking forward to it. Let's go. As we left the room, Kanun-kun bowed silently and respectfully. Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there? Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Kanun-kun peered into the empty room. Wasn't Maria-sama with you? No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa? Rosa was lying on the sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. She was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little, before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. Ah! Thank you, Genji-san. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket, and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief. Did I wake you? My sincere apologies. No, it's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it now? When he was asked for the time, Genji checked the pocket watch that he took out of his chest pockets. It is slightly after 6 o'clock. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she'd been asleep for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, The drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep. Thank you. I'll be fine without the blankets. I mustn't sleep at such a strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has finally started pouring down in earnest, hasn't it? Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually rain. The wind's blowing hard, too. I wonder if the typhoon's finally here. That's what they said on TV. The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it will be like this all day tomorrow. Really? So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed by. From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain. Maria. That's right. What about Maria? I have not seen her. Did she not return to the guest house? Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in pouring rain. No, the cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone. Unless someone told her to stop, she'd stay there even if it started raining spears. Without even opening an umbrella. Ah, how could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing? Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she'd once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Maria! Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds were in typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched. Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria. You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you? I wonder. Surely she wouldn't do it in this rain. At least I wish I could believe that, but Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Kanon-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried. I did not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap. You didn't see her on her way over here? My apologies. I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention. If he had caught through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house... Whoa, wow. You think so? Maybe. Who knows? Many people have been there. Jor Ogan. Then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose. Have you been noticing something very peculiar about the narration? You might have noticed it just now between these two scenes. I won't spell it out for you, but there was something going on in the narration. And it was raining this hard too. It certainly would have been possible for Kanon-kun to fail to notice her. Instead of arguing around here... That sucks! Got him! Instead of arguing around here, I'd be faster to just check it out directly. On the Jor-O. What do we do? And what Jor-Ogan era too? Because it varies very drastically depending on the era. Instead of arguing around here, it'd be faster to just check it out directly. Aniki, why don't we race over there? I can totally see Ginso on Jor Ogan's podcast. 100%. Ginso. He would be saying some crazy shit about sorcery in that podcast. Hang on. Ginso would absolutely... I don't know enough about InfoWars, but I can believe it. Ginso and Jor go way back. Yeah, for sure. Check it out directly. And yeah, like, he knows about the whole tub of ice water. And he's like, yeah, man, you really got this figured out. That is how you do sorcery. You need that risk element. You need to start today with a win. Honeyki, why don't we race over there? Oh, do you think you can beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years? Okay, let's settle this. Go! George, Aniki, and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Kanon-kun followed us. Maria! If you're there, answer me! Maria! It's Aunt Rosa. Hey, Aunt Rosa! When George Aniki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him. Where's Maria? Isn't she with you? No, we didn't meet with Maria-chan after that. Maria! 6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. Awesome math right there. Big true facts about life. She was a cute and pure kid who'd just accept whatever anyone said. But 6 years have passed since then. She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. Especially the downs. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be? Maria! As I circled the rosebud, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Oh. Her face, which had turned bright red from crying her eyes out, was dirty with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria, are you still looking? Oh, can't find it. Can't find my rose. Oh. Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Seriously, thank goodness. Adler-kun, thank goodness you found her. Maria! I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria. Oh. It's not here. My rose isn't here. I'll look for it with you later, okay? You just put it on hold for today, okay? Put it on hold for today. It looks like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Kanon-kun caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately. Maria, were you here this whole time? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being such a bad mother. Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria will catch cold. You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, grandfather will be mad. Hungry. It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding out, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go search together. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, I'm hungry, oh, and returned to her usual spirited self. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying, oh, I see. So she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff. Oh, I didn't bring an umbrella. Oh. What? Then how did you get that white umbrella you're holding? Oh, I borrowed it. Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. A normal kid would look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter, then decided to at least give her an umbrella. I see. I'll have to thank that person. Who was it? Oh, Beatrice. The name Maria cheerfully mentioned was that of the island's witch. Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood. Really? That's wonderful. So, who was it? Who brought you that umbrella? Oh, Beatrice. Oh. Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. So Rosa stopped her pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner, rather than ask Maria herself. Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference otherwise. Along with the dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, the voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard. Kinzo-san, won't you at least come out for dinner? All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they? Silence, Nanjo. So, the bishop won't work. One move too short. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears. Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself. Why don't we go down and eat? Go by yourself if that's what you want. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. No, Kinzo, I can't do that because I know you're gonna cheat. Otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends. Nanja rose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess. He was locked in, but he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. He was super locked in. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. Oh yeah, I guess so. He literally locked in. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief. Of relief, nice. Dr. Nanjo. His father. I'm sorry I couldn't be of service. Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Krause raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting. Father, can you hear me? We're heading down now, but please join us any time you feel like it. All your children are waiting for you. His voice was very loud and he was making a racket, pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Ginso's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Ginso was calm at heart. Almost as though he had taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate. Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. Not even dinner? I will only live here if Beatrice is resurrected, or if I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point? I mean, it's tasty. As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing, Ginso silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Just as always, Ginso's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Kraus, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo. Father says he's still not feeling well. He truly regrets missing this once-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family. Ivan Rudolph sniggered. Given Ginso's personality, there was no way he'd show signs of regret. And none of his relatives showed any regret at his absence. Then why don't we start dinner? Koda, begin. Certainly. Well then, if you will allow me. When Goda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin. May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed. An umbrella? What's this about? A short while back, Maria was in the rose garden when it started raining. And she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I wanted to thank them. It wasn't one of us. After he left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat that whole time. That's right. Even after that, the siblings had a real friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips. So even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one. At the very least, I couldn't have been me, Eva Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san or Kirie-san. We were together the whole time, even after Natsuhine-san and Rosa-san left. The whole time until the meal started. We have airtight alibis. You cannot pin this on us, Rosa. We are not guilty of any sort of umbrella handling without a permit. Nissan went up to the study with Kenji-san to call father. At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall. So it wasn't one of us. Couldn't it have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella? So, was it you, Goda-san? I've been in the kitchen the whole time preparing. Ah, man, he could have taken the credit there. But no, he didn't. My sincere apologies. Goda looks slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off, see? At least he's being honest there. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with orbs dupes. Orbs dupes? I don't think that's how you pronounce that. Okay, whatever. Then what about Kumasawa-san or Shannon-chan? Yes? Has something gone wrong? Because Shannon had come in partway, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for one responsible for some error. It isn't like that. It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the rose garden. After that, someone lent her an umbrella. Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person. Oh. Beatrice. Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled. Ho ho ho! It wasn't us. Shannon-san and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside. Yes, I'm sorry I wasn't able to be of assistance. Preparing the rooms? What do you mean by that? Because of the rain, we thought it would be troublesome for all the guests to return to the guest house. So the servants were ordered to prepare the guest rooms inside the mansion. Really? How thoughtful. Yes, it certainly would be rude to chase us outside in this rain. Could you give it a rest? Yes. After receiving the order from Madam, Kumasawa-san, Kanon-kun, and I started preparing the rooms. Then it became time for dinner, so Genji-sama ordered Kanon-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children. Yes. So did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her the umbrella? Oh, wrong! The person who had actually received the umbrella denied it. I mean, yeah, they're telling us who it was. We're hearing it directly from her. No, you just don't want to believe it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately. Then, was it you, Natsuhine-san? I'm sorry. After everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I had been resting on my room. Therefore, I did not go outside. Then who was it? George-kun and the kids? That can't be right. No, it wasn't us. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time. Actually, we thought Maria had just come back to the mansion with you. Then Kanun-kun came and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's where we first realized she wasn't in the mansion. That's a really shaky alibi. You gotta trust. You gotta trust Natsuki. I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and the servants denied that they had done it. Even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So, by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large. Of course, it wasn't me. I hate children. Right after I began raining, I visited Kinso-san's room and I was playing chess with him until just now. Oh, okay. Maybe he also hates children. Which means that it also wasn't grandfather. Wait a sec. Isn't this starting to get a bit weird? There's one person left though. There's still Genji. It could be Genji. Who's left? And then, who was it? Genji-san? Huh? Hello, Pinsy! How's it going? Wait a second. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything. All I want to do is, as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain was something to be praised, not hidden. Didn't the music get a little ominous? Back to the Chop Brigade. Something like that. We're all good right now. We're just having a bit of a situation here, but everything's fine. Despite that, no one raised their hands. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting. Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who was lent the umbrella? That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. I just seen a dry curry. Hope it's good, even if it's dry. Or maybe that's a normal thing for curry to be. I don't know. I don't eat curry that much, so I don't know a lot about curry. That's what Yep. They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked. Of course, Rudolph, Kun here's got it right. Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella? Beatrice! The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant. But it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter. I see, so Beatrice, the witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a lovely story. Rosa, there you have it. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella. Hopefully you know that dry curries are a thing. I didn't know! That's why I corrected myself halfway through. Because I considered it and I was like, maybe that's a thing. Why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? How is there a forest on it? There's some islands with forests in them. They exist. A forest doesn't have to be that big. And this island is fairly large, even without it. Oh, just like Uncle Kraft said. Beatrice, let me borrow it. Oh. Isn't that wonderful? We should all be jealous of such purity. What do you think, everyone? Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking. But Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed. How'd that work? Does that mean a witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella? Yeah. Jessica asked me in a small voice that would carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to make jokes? If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we were just taking it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving. No way. She's always been frank and serious. She's the sort who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. He's got like a certain type of behavioral pattern. If only there was a name to it. Hello, Laha! I've never even heard of her cracking a joke. Aunt Rosa probably knew that better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, he had no idea what was going on anymore. So if Maria says she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that don't mean it really was Beatrice? We're talking about Maria here, so I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke. It might be best to take what she says at face value. What's going on? Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress from the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella? I'm not sure about that. Actually, that's what I want to know. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the Ors Dubs, nobody's corrected me about this one, were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant. And the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. How did that happen with keys doubling the first letter? Or Dorbs. Is that real? French ass. Or Dorbs? Yes. Fuck. They really messed that one up. They really fucked that word up. The meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of rain sneaking into the dining hall. I mean, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I can't actually say derbs. Or is derbs? Ah, man, it sounds fucked up anyways. Old keyboard. It's still a very strange thing. Like the very first letter of the sentence. The S is silent regardless. Oh, so it's or it's derb. Oh, yeah. I do know that the first word is like like literally like OGH, like how you would say OGH is how I would say the first word. You say ours devours. Oh, that's really good. Ours devours is really good. I don't even know what the word means. I know it's food, but I don't know what type of meal it's describing. Is it like an entry or what's going on there? Kumasawa and Shannon pushing the serving carts. Ran into Genji. We all remember that classic joke that I made last stream. Ran into Genji and Kanon on their way to the kitchen. Oh, it's Genji-san. Did you lend Maria-san an umbrella? An umbrella? What are you talking about? Well, I heard that when it started raining, Maria-san was alone in the rose garden. It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there, but we don't know who it was. It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house. When Battler-sama first found her, she was already holding the white umbrella. My apologies, but it was not me either. Then, could it actually be the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason, when he just happened to see Maria-sama in the rose garden without even an umbrella. The master is not particularly fond of Maria-sama. Damn. I agree. I can't imagine that, for Maria-sama's sake, he'd go to all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella. Oh my, how troublesome. It's the mini bread with toppings. Oh. Does that mean the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice-sama? Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sound of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Goda coming out of the dining hall. Okay, everyone. When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is essential. Please immediately see to setting out the soup. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in their way. Kanon glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, person Kanon respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kanon once on the shoulder as a warning. Kanon reluctantly turned away, returned his expression to normal, and sheathed his katana back. Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry and prepare the dinner table. Come now, there's no time. Don't dawdle. Hurry! Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed towards the kitchen. Then please allow us to return to the kitchen. He's serving dinner. Oh shit. After all, Goda-san's temper is very short. Please excuse me as well. Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kanon remained. Through the window, the darkness of the raging night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolts. Got a lurk. Enjoy your lurk. The freaking hallway with the negative effect going on. Not entirely, but a little bit of a negative effect going on. The negative filter. Genji-sama, did Beatrice-sama really return? I don't know. Shall I inform the master? That is not necessary. If she truly has returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Furthermore, she is a fickle person. It would be pointless to report the master only to find that she does not appear. I wonder if this means the master's ceremony has already begun. Probably. However, this has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we received from the master until our final moments. Yes. That is furniture's duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instances when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of nights. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. Like wolves! The darkness of night that now surrounded Rokkenjima was ruled by another master. Not the Ushinomiya family. The thunder blowing up your hair. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by rain in the rose garden? Lending her an umbrella? Kanon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Kanon forced himself to avert his gaze. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere. That's how you know it's winter. But any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbets. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented. But I quickly forgot the details. The guest of honor, grandfather, was absent. The weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. Couldn't be me. I'm the kind of stupid person that gets really, uh, reinvigorated after eating food. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of the meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right. But apparently not one of them succeeded. Damn. There's nothing worse than when you're doing a routine and the jokes are bombing. After taking orders from after dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My. What a waste that the dinner Goda worked so hard to create was met with such a gloomy atmosphere. Yes, absolutely. It just feels like nothing would taste good today. Huh. I'd like to know why you feel that way. Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother to help cheer you up. Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around, I noticed that my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing. Apparently, there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Who can say? Both Aunt Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy. Really? I don't think so. I asked Aunt Natsuhi, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. No, I think she's always like that, battler. She's snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It isn't something kids like you need to worry about, Battler-kun. Isn't that right, Natsuhi-san? Kirie-san? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness. So I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsuhi and Kirie-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. I didn't know what kind of conversation they'd been having while us kids were away. But it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when he arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored by the other adults and an awkward silence fell over the room, Kiria-san spoke up. We're talking about the kids' careers would turn out, how the kids' careers would turn out, such as what lies in your future, Battler-kun. Will you just drift on to college? Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a standing line for the long race of life? Hey, wait a sec. Kiria-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well and we'll end up getting constipated. That's right. We were talking about Battler-kun's and Jessica-chan's careers. You gotta think seriously about the future. Hideyoshi hardly agrees as they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. Kirie-san had obviously been trying to change the subject. However, if Kirie-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Danteva and Dad's bad moods. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Goda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner of my life. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions. Oh, George Oni-chan, is dinner over now? Over? Yes, but this dinner is finished. Don't be rude. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up. Oh. Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. He had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sorts. Therefore, when she heard from George Aniki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, never having left it even while she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior. What's that? Where'd you get it? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler noticed too. They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful, Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushiromiya, I think it's time for fishy aroma. At long last, the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, The fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank. Maria-chan, what is that? It seemed that Natsuhi had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child. So the relatives around us finally noticed too. There's no NSFW, don't worry. What happened, Natsuhine-san? What is that? Maria, where did you pick that up? The envelope has Ginso-san's. When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. The envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushinomiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinso. Huh? What does an envelope like that do in here? Now that's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us. Just let me have a peek. Oh, no way, I'll read it. I was told to read it to everyone. Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out from Maria's hands, but she'd protected it as though hugging it, and didn't let it go. Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child. Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope? Oh, I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. I'm the witch's messenger. Oh. Messenger? The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. So is it in, like, between symbols like that because it's a word in a different language? Is it English? I don't remember. I don't remember which symbols they use for English in this game. Okay, it is English, okay. Battler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. It's in English, huh? So we're all in accordance. If we're all in accordance, then that's good. That is good. I wonder what's hidden inside of it, Maria-chan? Oh, gonna read it. Oh. Maria casually opened the envelope. So it's not French. It's Japanese. It was sealed only with wax, so she had just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. The sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table, where Natsuhi, Kirie, and Anjo stared at it. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushinomiya family crest and also Kinso's personal crest. This is the family head's personal crest. I know it from the letters I've received from Kinso-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wax seal. Aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that crest? For example, if there was some kind of stamp from wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinso-san have used it? No, Kinso-san always used a ring on his finger. Oh, Kinso-san would always use a ring on his finger. It's proof of the Ushinomiya family headship when he sealed the wax. This shape and complex design is definitely Kinso-san's seal. Oh, so he has a seal on the ring on his finger. Okay. Okay, I'll remember that. That is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone used that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father. I agree with Aniki. No matter how much the seal resembles that, we can't prove that it's the real thing. So it doesn't prove this envelope came from him. Hello, Happy Toaster. Welcome, Raiders.
What the?
Hope you guys we're having a nice stream. Welcome to Rokkenjima. We just received a letter from a mysterious sender. No, not a mysterious sender. We know we got the letter from the Golden Witch, Beatrice. We haven't opened it, but we're about to, so you're here at a good time. What are you guys up to? Yay. Made a nice arc of cork. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, hello Quark as well. You don't believe her? Yeah, why would you not believe her? She wouldn't lie to us. Maria is no liar. I absolutely agree. I cannot approve of arbitrarily deciding that this letter came from Father, based solely on the wax seal. I really like that they're already denying that this is an official letter before even opening it. They're so paranoid about it. Like, this is a fucking will. This is a fucking will, and he's about to take all the money away from us. We're so fucked. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. No, we have to deny it. This letter is fake. It's not real. Somebody falsified it. Whatever it says is not true. It is all slander. We're gonna see them in courts. Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words? I apologize. It was not my place to speak. One after another, all of the siblings from Kraus on downwards rejected Nanja's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinso. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinso's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them. Maria, the person who gave you that envelope was the same person who lent you that umbrella, right? Oh. I don't know what means. Is it true? Oh. Yes. Oh. So in other words, the witch, Beatrice, gave Maria Chan that envelope along with the umbrella? Oh. Maria nodded forcefully. I agree with my husband. It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person. It isn't even worth reading. There's nothing wrong with just reading it, right? Badler said it to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but not so he heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. And then, Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right, Maria? Oh. It's okay, everyone. This envelope didn't come from Grandfather, but from Beatrice. Regardless of who actually wrote it, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide? That's right. Even if Father didn't necessarily write it, I'd still like to know what's written inside. Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier. I apologize, so will you read it aloud in front of everyone? Maria, read it. Oh. All the relatives stared fiercely at Maria. She spread the letter open with a rustle. Do you think it really did come from that? Impossible. Whenever Father was announced something to us in the past, he would always send Genji if he didn't do it directly. Correct? I cannot believe that he would just such a joke-like approach. That's right. Maria, a messenger? That definitely doesn't suit Father's tastes. Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show? Maria isn't really a kid who'd be capable of something so thoughtful. Fuck! Damn! Shit! Okay. Gonna read it. Oh. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seems different from usual. Everyone went suddenly silent. Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ushinomiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinso-sama herself. That's crazy. Quite. I've served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day Kinso-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I must ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forward. Here we go, it's Fishy Aroma. This is Fishy Aroma, for those who were wondering. This is the song. How foolish. What nonsense. I can't stand to listen to it. And now, there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lent Kinso-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushinomiya family as interest. Ridiculous! It's been ridiculous from the very beginning. So it's basically one of those things, right? Doesn't it sound just like one of those contracts with the devil? The contract has expired, but they've come to collect the interest. Are you trying to wrap some retirement money for her old age or something? What a cheeky witch. Battler-kun, now isn't the time to joke around. Battler made a face as if to ask, I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinso-sama has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinso-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If, and only if, that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and interest for all eternity. A special clause? What is it? Special clause. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. The collection of interest will proceed shortly, but if any of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinso-sama's debts, I have taken possession of the Ushinomiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushinomiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal. Are they trying to claim that that's the meaning behind this seal? Father would relinquish his ring is unthinkable. Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if trying to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder. Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinso-san's finger. Dr. Nanjo, don't say something so careless just because of a vague memory. We can't prove its authenticity here. Only by asking Father directly can we determine whether he really handed over his ring, and whether this letter tells the truth. That's right. It's just as Kiria-san says. Do you really think Kinso-san would tell you? After all, that person's thought something surpassed the bounds of common sense. No matter what happens, it's still nonsense. In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks. I already heard enough talk of that gold from the rest of you. But this is the witch speaking, right? About how the inheritance and all of the assets will be handed over to the one who finds gold, right? So, maybe Beatrice-sama is Father's legal advisor or in charge of his funds. We can't possibly trust some stranger person who entrusts a suspicious paper to a child. Aniki, we need you to be frank with us. Is it possible that assets are being managed by someone you don't know? No! That's impossible! As the family head's representative, I control all of Father's assets. It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it. So this must mean there's some assets you don't control, right? Krasny-san? How foolish! Such assets could not possibly exist. Oh, but there is such a thing. An asset of Father's that you don't control. There's no way such a thing could exist. No, it does. It's Father's... no. Beatrice's hidden golds. Let's keep it simple. In short, Dad has some trusted confidant that Aniki doesn't even know about. Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the golds. Or, it could be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract. Could it be that this confidant called Beatrice is trying to test which of Kinso's children is most worthy to be financed by her golds? Hidea's question was one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinso's strange epitaph had hung in the hall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time. And while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. Right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushinomiya family would be given to the one who found the golds. Do they have clips like that for a tied estate? I think they do. I'm almost positive I've seen that in real life. And I presume it's very good for like desk jobs where you're like crouching a lot, so your eye isn't getting caught up on everything. Kinso-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portraits. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the golds, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinso-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Well, look at that, I didn't even remember that that was her title. And I just wrote The Witch Golden in the title, awesome. Father, I know you can hear me. Please respond. The door to Kinso's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Ava. Sometimes Ava. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinso's study to question him about the truth behind the mysterious letter. Kinso was eating. An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table down in the dining hall was reproduced here. Kinso continued his meal in silence. Shannon, picking away on empty plates, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinso's face. Everyone is calling for you. But what should I do? Leave them. God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue. Should I silence them? There's no need. It does not even reach my ears. Ginso enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Ganon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth. Maria-sama apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity. Has she started already then? Come, Beatrice. I've no shortage of points to be wagered. Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest? I don't think I'll lose. Your smile will be mine for all eternity. If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? Noir? Rouge? Or house takes all? Come, you may begin, Beatrice. I'll show you the power of miracles once more. We move towards 10 o'clock. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for the translation. It is now 10 o'clock. The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even here. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows. I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of gold if it was found. About advance payments in cash. It was so despicable. I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. You hate the guy, you forgot? It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and the inheritance. How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned by my old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him. That's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. Language shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. No, no. It makes sense to discuss this for future investment purposes. I'm gonna hit forward like 5 more times and that's gonna appear on screen and I'm not even gonna be shocked. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear. You're all minors being supported by your parents. So you might not... Okay, never mind, it wasn't even 5 times. You might not understand. But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. I won't force you to try to understand right now since you're still kids. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way. Oh, great. George Aniki's gotten all mature. George Nissan, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but that doesn't mean you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets. If it were only for my own benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. I'm an adult. I'm 23. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates, and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight. Yeah, I bet these guys are definitely thinking about how when their company goes under, how much all the workers under them are gonna suffer because they don't have a job anymore. I'm pretty sure that's their main concern right now. I hate that kind of fights. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's not talking about this. All this about grandfathers hitting gold, property, and inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours. I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they're talking together. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy. I don't know it, thank you. But we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd receive a bigger blow than I thought. She always talked. I didn't notice the little young station emote over there. I guess it was the desired effect. It was so tiny I didn't even see it. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. Others, not otters. She probably can't doubt otters as either. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going money, money, inheritance, inheritance, my money, right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that. Jessica Chan, please don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them. I get it. Just leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. You did, yeah. That's a lot of time. I realize it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went. She's probably pounding in front of the portrait. Maria truly looked up to witches, and she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George, Aniki, and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain and the dark nights. I wonder what's happening with with that typhoon. Maybe there's something about it on the news. George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the scene now. Without going over to the television, I loitered around the window. The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather reports. Ah, Kiria-san. I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kiria-san shrugged. I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all night. It's not going to be fun. Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you'd like. I feel sick. I'll agree with you on that. Oh, she's doing her smug portrait. She's doing the smug portrait. Let's go. If I could just slip away like you, I'd do it. Unfortunately, I can't. Even if I'm not allowed to speak, we spouses have it pretty rough too. Hideya-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Hideya-san speak, since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she's had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. So, how does it look? Are they still talking on the topic of the mysterious witch, Beatrice? Ah, why? Why does it keep breaking? I'm pretty sure I sent the permanent one. Hang on. I'll put up another one right now. Here we go. There. There? Maybe I sent the no, yeah, it's different. So I guess I did that. And then I forgot it. I was pretty sure I did. Oh well. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for asking for it. More or less. Those four siblings are always piling up secret agreements when they come together to discover the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated. And there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front. Natsuhine-san's not the only one getting headaches. On the other hand, they all want a larger portion of the others than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want one yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. It's always us versus them, right? At least now we're united on a common front. I had been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations. Setting up a ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage. Even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. But they would go this far to preserve their shares. Was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience. So, basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. What choice wording, Battler? Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? They're gonna sue the damn witch! If everything she claims is true, we're gonna send this cease and desist to Beatrice the Golden, who lives in Forest. Please send. If everything she claims is true, then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today. And she also knows about grandfather's hidden goals. On top of that, she was even entrusted with the head's ring. She must truly have been trusted by him. I mean, it makes sense. They're a bunch of rich people who also uh basically fucked up their businesses, and that's why they need the money so badly. Obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom. Why not? But there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch. Only Amaria-chan would go into more detail about that. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people have ever even read The North Wind and the Sun. Okay, I'm getting owned by this character. I'm sorry I haven't read The North Wind and the Sun. I don't even know what it's about. What we do know is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mystery person, entrusting Maria with a letter and hiding away even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. North Wind and the Sun mentions. Hey, Alarcon, do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists? I mean, like the witch? Yeah. But if you mean in general, there's probably a lot of people called that. Oh, you never read it? North Wind and Sun? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? Like, she's grandfather's representative. So, she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions? No, that's not what I meant. Right now, there's a total of 18 people here in Rokkenjima. Do you think there's a 19th person? Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers. And it really did come out that many. Do I think that a 19th person exists? What exactly do you mean? Just what I said. The person who lent Maria that umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18. So isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists? And that this person lent Maria the umbrella? Well, yeah, it sure looks that way. Hang on, let's go to the profiles. Let's do some basic arithmetic right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wow, she's right. There are 18 characters. Are you telling me there's a 19th one? Who could it be? There are no spaces in the bios for it, so I don't know. Then where exactly is this person now? At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started raining. And ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse. No! No! Oh no, I'm the 19th person! Fuck! You're right. So taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible. In that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere. And without any of us spotting her. True. We've all been randomly prowling around all over the mansion and the guest house. But no one has bumped into a 19th person. But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain, other than the mansion and the guest house. Family cats. And about this time, I began to realize what direction Kirie-san's suspicions were taking us in. Kirie-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us. There was an imposter among us. If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be the most honored of guests. The most honored of confidence, trusted by grandfather. There's no way grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception. -2. Fuck. She would surely have been ushered into the mansion. It's just like Danganronpa! No! No! I'd much rather take the -2. We haven't seen anyone like that. Wait a second. Isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty? Sure, no one spotted this person, but that doesn't mean you can't deny the possibility that a 19th person exists, right? Maybe, for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. They could be living in the woods, you don't even know. It's what they call the devil's proof! I would freaking use my Bubusela noise that I have on my soundboard if I had it right now. Devil's proof mentioned. It's easy to prove that something exists. If this Beatrice appears in front of us all and says hi, then it's settled. But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person. These people seem like they wouldn't check the kitchen because that's for servants. Oh, well, they could just ask them, is there a 19th person there? And they would say, no. Maybe your grandma would be a bike if she had wheels. Correct. You're right. Yes, Badler-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In our current situation, things you will never hear again. Ever. You'll never hear that sentence being said again in this story. Your Badler-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad. You can frame that sentence because you will never see it again. In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists. But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of Kirie-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. Yeah, we heard it in the first episode, I think. Well, in the first episode of the streams. In the very first stream of this, I think we heard Battler saying spin the chessboard around once. I don't remember the context, but he did say it. I was even surprised that he said it before Kirie-san says it. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoints, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hands. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. You see? Let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden. Hidden, ever since. Maybe they had some reason, okay? In that case, why'd they go to all of the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter? It really was a contradiction. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then, wait, Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient. Why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hands. Okay, but here's the thing. You're forgetting about the seal with the ring. We saw Kinso throw it out the window like an hour ago. Well, no, it was like 3 hours ago by now. So he had to be here in order to catch it when Kinso threw it. And then she would be able to seal the letter. And only then could she send it. That's why she didn't mail it. Yeah, that does sound pretty weird. In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan, and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? She appeared in front of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed. And yet, she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. Think about those contradictions. You gotta keep those things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person, what might their goal be? If this person wanted to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known. She's having fun in her secret submarine, just like Captain Nemo in the Secret Island. What's it called? Secret Island, the second Captain Nemo book. I think it is. The Mysterious Island. I'm thinking of the Mysterious Island. My bad. And if they wanted to show themselves, they would have used the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter. Which means... simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people. The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly. If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding. It'd be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. If you turn over even a few of its premises, it'll simply fall apart. But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this. And yet, Beatrice was hitting among those 18. What was this person planning? Hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice. I suspected it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the context of the message were extremely complicated, and it's hard to imagine Maria-chan writing that herself. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone. Wait a sec, Maria is a 9-year-old kid, right? What could she possibly be planning, and with whom? And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature? Yes, I also understand what kind of a person Maria-chan is. But that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria-chan would happily swallow it up, I think. So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard? Of course. With that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be best key to solving this riddle. But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria-chan's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her. barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. I'm noticing that Kirie has a very similar outfit to Kirigiri from Danganronpa. I'm sorry for mentioning Danganronpa, but have you know she even has the same palettes. She's got the white hair and the outfit is basically the same colors and everything else. Only women wear dresses. Yeah, that's how it goes. In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. Oh, no one believes I met Beatrice. Oh. Even though I showed them the letter Beatrice gave, they still don't believe. That sucks. That does suck. They suck. All of them suck. Don't listen to them, they're stupid. Anyway, Maria-chan's holding the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people, or 19th person. Maria's stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Yeah, she's upset, it's no fair. Badler-kun, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. After she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care about all this back and forth about the inheritance. But don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting? Who in the world is this person who gave Maria-chan the letter? Western Mansion mystery, you're right. It's almost like a mystery novel. There's only one thing missing for this to be a mystery novel. It makes your intellectual curiosity ache. You're actually pretty tough, considering you're still excited after being dragged through all that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperately. But I did not notice something. I did notice something. Gideon noticed how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion. And was probably trying to clear the air. You gotta remember, Croax, what is one of the main rules of mystery? At the very least, at least classic mystery. At the very least, there you go, there is no crime yet. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think she's a real adult. Hey brats, so this is where you were. Hirie, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? Think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too. I'm sorry. A woman's makeup takes a long time. So? How's the discussion been without me? Get out of here, Rudolph. I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Hideous-san poked a weak spot under my arm with her elbow. We decided to take a break to cool our heads a little. It looks like we'll be at it all night. Makes me want to cry. Like the seagulls. His way of talking had changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self. Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't want to go back to the guest house. It looks like Natsuhine-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What'll we do? We don't need to decide until you're done, right? If you run so low on energy that you can't return to our room, and we can take them up on their offer. You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Battler? If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. I'll be nice and go back over there. I see. Will you go back soon? I don't know. It'll be lonely to head back by myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out. Okay, you go do that. Also, Battler, you won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right? Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with the cousins. Sounds like we'll be up all night. Is there a plan with that? We're gonna stay up until 1 billion o'clock? I see. If you're still awake when the little discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family. Oh, what? That doesn't sound like you. Apparently, Kiria-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kiria-san didn't have a clue what that meant either. I also want to talk to you about it, Kiria. I'll tell you later, so don't ask now. Please. Hmm? I don't know anyone who neglects the context of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family. Both Kiria-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed. Don't look so terrified. I'm the one who should be terrified. After all. At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad. You're freaking me out, Dad. Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right? Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out. Tonight, I will probably be killed. There was a huge crash of thunder. It must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn now that he looked like a different person. What? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you. I agree. What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you. I'm gonna go fix my makeup too. Don't follow me. Dad turned away, weakly. After that, only Kitty and I were left, still wide-eyed. What did he say? Tonight he'll be killed? You don't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you? He's been watching too many serial murder movies. That's Mallory is doing the scary expression. Kiria-san didn't answer my light-hearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back. Mallory-kun, when you told Rudolph-san to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything. Even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you. Why? Spin the chessboard around. What do you see? Well, when he said he wanted to talk but then couldn't, that's a contradiction. What? Can you see something by looking from that perspective? Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. So he actually means chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself. By saying, don't follow me, he actually means the opposite. He actually means follow me and force me to answer. Seriously, what a spoiled brats. What? Can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous. Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? Oh boy. They can't, right? No, I guess not. Bringing out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced start in exposing the tricks in difficult crime cases. Oh boy. If you ask me, romantic novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels. I see. Is that how it is? I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat. He normally loves to bluff, but tonight... Yerp, I know that's right. He's completely tired out from that heated discussion. Two tall people trying to intimidate. Oh yeah, because of the... yeah. Oh shit. And I really look like a family cat with this size comparison, that's true. He probably wants someone to lean on that at the moment. And responding to that need is the role of his partner. Sounds passionate. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands. Yes, leave it to me. I called out to Kiria-san's departing back. Huh? What? I wanted to say thanks. Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cleared up a lot. That's good. Communication is important. After answering with a wink, Kiria-san followed after Dad. You look like a cat that got put in a funny custom and is really upset. Let's go! That's what I wanted to convey with this PNG, actually. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on her expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the golds, all the inheritance and property of the Yoshinomiya family would be given to the person who would solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. Was there some early discussion of the witch's abilities, or is that totally unknown? Not exactly. They don't tell you what she can do, but they did tell you how she came to know, so allegedly, the head of the family. Like, all we know is that she supposedly gave grandfather a bunch of gold, 10 tons of gold, that he used to as like funding to begin his big empire, and that's how he became super rich, right? But that was a really long time ago, and she supposedly is now back, and she wants the money back because the contract has terminated. But aside from that, we know nothing about her. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. But witches aren't real, you can't be saying that. Witches are real. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Not so he knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character. He used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to the letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring this reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore. That he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared. And someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed.
This does not look good.
No. If anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinso trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. How dare he butt into this private discussion about his own money? Then Kinso, by announcing that he'd give up everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Krau's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinso had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. Maybe eavesdropped is not the right word. Maybe he just got one of the servants to tell him. So he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again, and make the ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large amount of money, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as the successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Yoshinomiya family's store of wealth was vast. A store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinso's death, it would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinso had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had found no. They'd been told by Kinso about something that only Kraus could lose. And they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Natsuhi, as Kraus's only ally in his painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinso. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, then started getting angry. It happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something, and invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even this suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as a successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of? Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter. Enter. What's this? There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights. But since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in. And when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark. What are you doing? The lights. I'm turning them on now. Wait. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed the switch on the wall, a flickering light turned and lit up the room. A loose stone, oh no. They might escape. That is... Not so he had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small, round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in the play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust. And on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. Something took Natsuhi's breath away. Oh, fuck! It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the golds. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. That is not a proper ingot. I don't even know where it was cast inside or outside the country. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. In order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the golds. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from a known foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Oh no, that ingot disappeared. It's just a bar of gold. Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingots. Right there. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingots. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again. That's right. This is the legendary ingot that father said he received from the witch. That the president of Marusu witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could. How could... Then... The legend of Father's gold is... It actually exists. The gold that Ushinomiya Kinso received from Beatrice actually exists. Impossible! So it really does exist. Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinso's gold was just a fabrication. Okay, so just to be clear, Kraus doesn't know where the rest of the gold is. He got this one from other people who got the gold from Kinso when Kinso used it as proof that the rest of the gold was legitimate. So he doesn't know where the rest of the gold is. He only knows that it's real. Yeah, the implication is that Beatrice the witch wants the gold back. And the deal that they're making is that the game, let's say, is that if anybody else finds the gold before she does, then they get to keep the gold. And they become the next head of the family, and she just relinquishes all rights and she leaves. But if they don't find the gold, She takes it all. And the only clues they have to find the gold is the epitaph on the painting, which supposedly tells you where the gold is. But nobody has been able to solve it in all these years. However, their reality was different. Since he held definitive proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Krause was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Krause's wife, she would be his closest confidant, which was why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why? Have I been so undeserving of your trust? That has never been my intention. There was simply no need to tell you. Is that all a wife means to you? Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits. You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into, and I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return, this is what I get? How could you? Krause grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud. Wait a minute, this dude sucks. It doesn't look like I'll be of any use to you anymore. That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself. I don't need your help. That's wrong. This is Yoshinomiya family's problem. It's true that I'm not permitted to wear the family crest on my body, but I'm still your wife. Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you? I especially wouldn't want to risk getting you involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all. And so Natsuhi took up her bindle and walked off towards the second floor, looking dejected. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. Bro, that is all his wife. Not good, it's not good. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushinomiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I've tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release from my anger and sadness, and it caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict on Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There's no longer anything I can do for the Ushinomiya family. No, it's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Krause will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head. But it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushinomiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushinomiya era will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if it all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession, with George shut up in her place. It is regrettable, but George as a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she'd had no choice but to marry into the Yoshinomiya family, because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushinomiya Natsuhi. And in so doing, she had built up a new life. But just now, she became a new guy. An entirely new guy. But just now, it felt like all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. But she did pay attention. She will no longer be a meat rider, I believe. Because it was her beloved daughter. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? Have a good night, Croax. Rest well. I'm sure everything will be fine and left as it was tomorrow when you wake up. Thank you. Thought you were a ghost. Dink my oiter, I will remember. Just like, I was about to say. Well, no, I wasn't about to say. I was thinking about it while I was reading through this. I was like, I don't remember why I felt like a little bit of attachment towards Natsuhi. Especially when you read all these early parts where she's just being really mean to everyone. And then I got to this part and it's like, oh, right, she's like the most sopping wet character in this story. And it's really hard to not feel bad for her. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips. Jessica, forgive me, but my headache is awful. Please, leave me be. I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until just now, she'd been filled with the contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now those feelings have been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face has wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back up in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way. Some of them better than others. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. I sure did. I sure did. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that part of her. Jessica hated her mother. So, she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsuki just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fist and gather up the words from deep in her heart. That only took me 3 streams. Hey, you got there. It sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing. It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please leave me alone. Not so he wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. There was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings. Now, leave. I'll be with the other cousins so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you later. Wait there. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop. What? Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone. Don't talk like that, you'll bring bad luck. I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in my mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. You have nothing to discuss with me, daughter. Go to your quarters. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stop her mother. And for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out. Hey Mom, I was given the charm today. What was it, a charm against magic? I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to hang it on from your doorknob, I think. I forget. There's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it. It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuki came back to take it, she was extremely shocked. What is this? Some kind of prize toy? Seems like blunt foreshadowing. Of what? Of scorpions? Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hands. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? It's not like that's why I gave it to you. But well, if you really say so. If you don't have the charm, bad thing will happen. Oh no. And I will rest now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Natsuhi put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all. Damn. This makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. George, Aniki, and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returns. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her. Is Maria still in front of the portrait? Nope. She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It's getting pretty late for her, after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time we head back to our room. I feel like it's been 10 p.m. for like the last hour and a half. Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What'll we do? I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of her parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria. Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa. Thank you. My, she's out cold. We must move her to a bed. If you'd like, I'll carry her over to a bed. Splitting up the kids and adults. Thanks, that would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Are you going to stay in the room Natsuhi and Netsan had prepared here? We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house. I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I'd feel much more reassured if she stays with all of you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us. Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it myself. We'll need everyone together. That's right. Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy. Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. Well, I'm sorry to burden you like this. I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria. Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply. Yeah, especially the ones who don't have it. The ones who don't have the crest really stand out. She's really out cold. I'd hate to wake her. Right. I'll carry her. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside and Aniki couldn't hold out an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krau's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return. Now that's a problem. I have to go back now. Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out. It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you. That would be great, Shannon-chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him? Yes, certainly. Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. Aniki, is she so heavy? Want me to carry her? It's okay, I can at least carry Maria-chan. I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria. Sure, you got it. Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa. Then I will see them over there and return here. Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave. Maria, I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. And we move to the guest house. After cutting through the raining rose garden, we arrived at the guest house. Ah, if only I'd applied for the position of Maria carrier, then I would have gotten a chance to have Shannon-chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm. That's not why I did it, it's a misunderstanding. I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George-sama would get all wet. Come on, quick Madeline and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house. Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want. You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shannon-chan. Ah, that's right. We're planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit? Huh? Who had the night shift on today's schedule? I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I'll go and check. Wait, if you have to go all the way to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself. Oh, that's alright. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please excuse me for a short while. Shannon-chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. Oh. Kanon-kun? And you're here too, Genji-sama. What has happened with tonight's shift? Kraus-sama has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule. Indeed. Godo-san now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Kanon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now, a phone call came, saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night. Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Kanon had been assigned to the night shift in the mansion. While the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. Okay, now Genji is still with the kids, so there's that. It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Why, probably. After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Krausama would suspect one of us. We served directly under the master, so Krausama tried as best he could to keep us away from the family conference. Oh, right, the only one who's directly under Kraus is Goda. Genji, Shannon, and Canon were all permitted to wear the Yoshinomiya family crest, the one with Deagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinso. Oh, and Kumasawa-san not. Okay. Of course, since they were working for the Yoshinomiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinso. So keep that in mind. Certain servants wear the crest, while certain family members do not. So, Shannon has a crest. Natsuhi does not. Since only Kinso held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinso's underlings, and shunned them. And in fact, Kinso seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of distrust that he had caused. Considering the time Kinso had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinso's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion. If you would excuse me, I'll go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case, after all. Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. He... What do you think Genji does on his time off? If this wasn't the 80s, I would be like, oh yeah, he immediately... he clocks out and immediately gets on the computer and hops onto Deadlock or something like that. The ones who returned just now, were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time. He gets posted up like that picture of Patchouli in the... I haven't seen that picture. Then we got it easy. It's already this late, and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around. But I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house. I guess. Oh? What's that? Because you can stay away from Madame and Eva-sama? Those bullies? Or do you have another reason? It's not as though I have another reason. I see. Let's do our best together with our night shifts. Oh, it's that one. Okay, yeah. I'm counting on you, Nesan. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Canon uncertainly. Canon didn't try to meet her eyes, and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister. You can't. You are assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. Furniture does not have fun, Shannon. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that. But he still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go and come back. Huh? Yes. I'll apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stooped from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out the servant room after giving a quick bow. Ah, Kanon, you're nice. As he watched her go, Kanon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen. Kanon, I will be here, so you can go too. Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. My man. It's not as though I was invited. That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time. No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have need to play, but we are furniture. Is that so? Ne-san is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people. That's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make a powdered cocoa, serving some to Kanon as well. Oh, that sounds so good. Especially in the rain. I would really fuck up some hot cocoa right now. Is that for real? I have no clue. I could make that right now. Dumbass. You're too loud. We'll wake Maria up. Tyler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice. Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they? Huh. Now I see. So George Aniki is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in a mansion and needed to go back and get it. Abuelita. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things, fuchsia, ping pong, and all that stuff. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now. Come to think of it, I get the feeling George Aniki's always been overly nice to Shannon-chan. Now I get it. Oh no. What could this mean? What could they be talking about? According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday. So it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always has as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast. It's no surprise you're so well prepared as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan. A hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods. Started out with his troops in complete disarray, and didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well. Is that true? That's a little unexpected. In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally that kind of thing was put off until after the war. They were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle, and immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so on. Takeda Shingen was just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout that era. And because he was that kind of a person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates, by borrowing their strength. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. Here we go. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. George-sama, you truly look up to your father. George! Capitalism is the thing that fucked up your dad. He's literally getting rock pulled right now as we speak. I'm jealous. Sorry, that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly look at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinso, called the Fukuin House. Under the guidance of Kinso, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinso's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Yoshinomiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character On in them while they served. So Shannon. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Canon called Shannon his sister. While both Shannon and Canon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants presenting the on character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Yoshinomiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Yoshinomiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized that a harsh task working for the Yoshinomiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Man, do I feel that. Ginso couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and these excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Ginso would sometimes allow them to wear the family crests, as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him. You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. Not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off for the rest of your life. So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. And I've been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and fell silent. There's something I've learned as I continue to study, even after becoming an adult, and a full-fledged member of society. A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than the blink of an eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities. So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever. That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishment, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected. I mean, what else do you do in the fucking 80s? There aren't enough video games yet. They haven't become... Well, I guess they... If it's the late 80s, yeah, then yeah. Maybe you have time for video games. George-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way? Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? You watched the Betamax tapes. Yeah. You can watch movies. Yours immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Then you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone? I couldn't obey that as a promise. But if it was an order, I would have to obey it. Because I'm furniture. Then it's an order. Um, yes, certainly, George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with san. Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo. She braced her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. Link to the past. Hello. And welcome. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Sensen Dameda. It's a little bit too soon for that, but yes. This is the correct place for that. Hope you guys had a nice stream. What were you guys up to? Oh, this is an awesome emote. Thank you for the follow. This is an awesome emote, and it is answering a lot of questions. Episode 4? Of what? Of this? Of this? For real? Wow. Whoa, that's crazy. We're still in episode 1, but we're gonna get there. I know what's happening. I've already read the whole thing, but I'm rereading it for everyone here because I really like it. So no spoilers for me, but yeah. Let's not talk about the things that happen later, especially if you're already at episode 4. Because oh my god, a lot of things happen, especially in episode 4. I hope you had a good time with episode 4 though. Well, I hope you enjoyed presenting episode 4 to other people and experiencing it yourself. I don't know how to better phrase that. For a long while, the two talked as the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories that built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Like, you're seeing this and it's like, oh, sweet summer children. Because we're on the first night. On episode 1. We're just learning that apparently George and Shannon have something going on. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them. This could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. Oh, yeah, I really like the old ones. Yeah, the Ryukishi's prior is... It's so good. Their stream title included emotional torture. I cannot imagine why. I have no idea. That's right. Oh, on umineko Day. Yeah, I didn't start it exactly on that day, but it was like a week later. And it was also by coincidence. It's really funny. I guess October is just the date when you feel like playing this. That's right. I have something I wanted to show you. What could it be? George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. It was 11 p.m. and it would be 11 p.m. Oh, that's nice. Or like today, for me, it was like, oh, it's been raining like crazy. And I was only a little bit off. Because it had been raining like crazy last night. Pretty much everything that I do is just like slightly too late. When it was 10 p.m., it was 11 p.m. for me. Watching him, Shannon seemed to get something. George timidly searched through his pockets. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to take this. I couldn't accept something so valuable. You can't take it? No, I'm unworthy of such a thing. Sayo, this isn't a request. It's an order. Take this ring. Okay? If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Yeah, that's right. Well done. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. The ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object, meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman. I don't know if that's true. Under special circumstances. Therefore, well, George, why are you angry? What's going on? Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Sayo, I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow, without using words. Do you understand? How should I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger, after all. If you like it, you can put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hands. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. Understand? Yes. So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon. We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worried about us. Oh, I'm sorry, I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so I have to go back to the mansion. At a time like this? Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. Wow! I need to make like a secret stream of this game where I watch my stream of this game and I comment on the things that are happening with knowledge from the future. But that would be too much work. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gaze. A mixture of exultation, make it a let's play, and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. You know, there's even a format for that is presented in this very game. We'll discuss about it later. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Gora, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. Go, crosswords! He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Genji-sama told me to come and help you. Ah, is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up. But I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Krao-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. And what shall we do? Should I watch over... In that case, forgive me, Shano-sama, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. I will stay here, awaiting the family's orders. Yes. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on the duty. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Godai returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for his elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. Oh, thank you, Happy Toaster, for the gift sub. Enjoy your Bafam dads. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down. So maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. This second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion, until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Krause discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then, she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans in Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Yoshinomiya head family, at least not until Natsuhi had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Hmm? Oh? At that time, he thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it. She still held her breath. Oh, I get it. I get why you posted the true emotes. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she wasn't able to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd been something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to check in the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushinomiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanon-kun once said he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. What the? That's a phantom train. 100%. You can ignore it. A phantom train in a very spooky scene. I am the engineer. Let's go, motherfuckers. It'll take us off the island safely. What do you mean? Nothing's going on in the island. The island is completely safe. I thought he just started the hype train. Yeah, so it goes. You gotta suplex it. Kill it. How the artists paint the witch. They were inspired. They could soul read what was in Kinso's mind. We're looking at all the guys. Giving a lot of thought to what's happening. I suppose this is the end of the night. Oh? Yeah, this must be the end of episode 1, right? Clearly this is the end of episode 1. The first night is over. That was a perfect bookend to episode 1. It was not the end of episode 1. Episode 1 continues. The second day, October 5th, 1986. At the end of the no, I'm gonna go for a little bit longer. Just a teensy bit longer. Just a tiny, tiny bit longer. Genji tied his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Look outside mentions? Well, maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous nights. But the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. Camilla, I'm on the same boat as everybody else right now. I am dying to see what happens next. Even though I already know, I'm dying to see what happens next. It seems it will all last. It will last all day after all. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight through from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relative stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. He's so diligent. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous nights. It was fucked up. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful, welcome to death. One stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kanon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. Stupid gay-ass raid. Kanon is probably mumbling to himself. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up. He was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glassware. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushinomiya family mansion was the only thing on Rokkenjima. So in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from the midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shifts. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon, so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep. Well then, let us begin the morning chores. Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Not the toaster, no! Well, it says Happy Toaster 1. If it was Happy Toaster 19, I would be worried. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. There was another scene that I thought was going to be in this part, but I guess it comes later. So I'm kind of glad it happens later, because I really wanted to get to this part. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prize cooking. The kitchen! Welcome to the kitchen! Good morning. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold without any trace of a fire being lit. So, of course, there was no signs of breakfast being made either. Well, it would have been inexcusable. Perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. No, you said they were furniture. You're contradicting yourself. Well, I guess you are not. You're the narrator. You're not contradicting yourself. You don't know. It's canon who says they're furniture. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it is part of the servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices. Mostly cover it up. Reliable narrator. Putting that as a tag. As a trope. And make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. Cannon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effects. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Koda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. So we got no phones. Interesting. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuhi's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If he hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room. And her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. Man, it's hard not to become super attached to Natsuhi. When she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuhi's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend everyone else. The truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. It's like, oh man, I just woke up. I forgot why I hated life so much. And then the headache like kicks in like 5 seconds later. Oh, I remember. Never mind. When she reached front for the doorknob, trying to leave the room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuhi had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic? Doesn't hurt to hang it from her doorknob. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little bit more cheerful. I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer in her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small, round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it especially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected lights. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed through the room. Yes? Good morning, madam. It's Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuhi took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever troubles she was about to hear of. And she exited into the pink hallway. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it? I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until the typhoon passes? It will remain broken down for the duration of our guest's stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests? We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuhi gave her head a light shake. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangement for breakfast has yet to be carried out. What did you say? Natsuhi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuhi put her hand on her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsuhi exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. What sort of prank is this? How awful! I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later. Perhaps this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsu had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would probably be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuhi gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. When Natsuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Natsuhi-san. I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family households. I am pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a weary expression, Natsuhi returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Kanon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Kanon, have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it immediately. Yes. Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Yes. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not only one missing. Oh, he's not the only one missing. Rudo-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found. Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion? Yes. They were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she heard that Goat alone was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Okay. I would not feel optimistic about this. Not with this music, at least. Because last night's family conference had continued all night, up until the present moment. If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on the road through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Krause would say. Goda had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. I guess they did mention that Goda was directly under the employ of Krause, so there is that, yeah. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. Hello, Amos! Hi, Raiders!
What the?
Welcome to Rokkenjima. Thank you for the raid message. I hope you got a good stream. Did you finish Demon Rush? I guess I'll find out later when I look at it. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, weary breath. You arrived. Oh God, no. Oh, nice. That means I get I get to watch the ending later, live. Fuck yeah, dude! I get to watch more Demon Rush. I mean, sorry you didn't finish it, but also congratulations, you have more Demon Rush to enjoy. We are currently on the second, at the very start of the second day of umineko, episode 1. Uh, the people just woke up, and we found out that several family members are nowhere to be seen, along with some of the servants. We have no idea where they went. Hello, hi. And hello everyone. Hello Meadow and hello Eerie. Hello Atomic Runner. Hello Mage. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. Hello Bipolar Carp. Yes. Oh dear. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinso's property was still going on. Truly. Hello, Godot. Perhaps they're still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden. Or maybe the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Godot back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. So what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Now I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly aren't present when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank. Kanon, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhine-san, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? I see. That's certainly possible. There. On the beach, during a very rainy day, on the beach, discussing the inheritance. After not sleeping at all. I can imagine how I would feel physically in that situation, honestly. It would not be good. With all the doors locked. Yeah, right. It makes perfect sense, yes. I don't know what path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion. You like this lady's dress? You can see a little bit more of it here. Hang on. Check it out. She's even got a fan. I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. Normal ass pants. Well, I don't know if they're normal. I imagine they're like, you know, a little bit poofy on the bottom. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather. I'll go to Father's study. Who knows, they might actually be there after all. Abnormal pants. Yeah, martial arts pants. Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself, so I'll go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, now leave it in your hands. Like somehow doubt he'll return your greeting. Natsuhine-san, have you always been on such good terms with father? I don't know whether you could call it that. But I am sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushinomiya family. And I'm sure that he'll at least answer to you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? Nah. Seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us. But I'm sure he listens to you if he trusts you that much. As you're speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone, then I doubt you'll even be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. I am not confident, but I will try. Nothing, he responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinso's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinso to calm down. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up. Saying was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuhi clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. Madam, please take this if you would. And this is... Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinso's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinso forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinso, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame? When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door. Please use this. Genji. Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinso. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was all walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure. Quit it, Eva, you're taking this too far. Sorry, Natsuhine-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, She slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Oh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Oh! Wake up! Oh! What? Huh? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to Georgianiki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely unpleasant awakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. Thank you for the raid, Maria. Only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. George Nissan, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 o'clock soon. Fuck, man, it's so early. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. No, it is. It's awful. Oh. Mama's not here. Oh. Aunt Rosa? She wasn't in her room. I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Not here. Oh. Mama. Oh. Maria kept groaning, oh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more that she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here. Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the... Fuck, man, breakfast at 7 a.m.? That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Oh? Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there. Oh. Yeah, I guess we shouldn't go... We should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. It's like I'm back at working at a call center again. No! No. Well, it's Sunday. It's not Saturday. Maria regained her usual composure completely. Breakfast at 7:30. Oh, well, I mean, it makes sense when you, like, go to work in the morning. Although I didn't actually have breakfast. I just had, like, a bowl of cereal. Like, not a real breakfast. And then the real breakfast would be, like, until, like, 9 or 10 a.m. Maria regained her usual composure so completely, her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Oh, God. 5:30. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door. Like, to me, the painful thing about this is mostly that they're supposed to be on a holiday. And it's not like they're going on a trip or anything. They're not, like, waking up early to leave and go to the freaking... Oh, hello, Sermora. To the amusement park or anything like that, or do any sort of tourism. They're just here to chill, and they have to wake up at 7 a.m. To me, that's hell. Like, if I was a guest at a house and they told me, oh, breakfast is at 7 a.m., I would say, oh, that's awesome. I'm not having breakfast. I'll see you I'll see you at lunchtime. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and did something like that, Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinso had to stay shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuhi readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. And what she finds will shock you. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he must still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinso was already awake and looking down out the window. So you're awake. Good morning. How did you get in? Kinso spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh but calm, and Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh. Genji did? If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well, breakfast will be ready soon and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. Man, that would be... I would be so scared of this. Like, okay, what was so important? It's like, oh, breakfast! And it's not even like the actual breakfast, it's like replacement plan B breakfast because our actual cook is missing. And those are my news. Also, the telephone isn't working. I will leave here. I have brought here like always. But, father, this family conference happens only once a year. Yeah, it's breakfast at home, basically. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish! Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm. But there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. Is that so? Understood. I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Unsilently, she tried to leave the room before Kinso's spasmodic temper could flare up. As she did, Kinso spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle. It felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsuhi, it has been quite some time since you married into the Yoshinomiya family. Yes, it has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Yoshinomiya. Do you sometimes long for your previous family? No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushinomiya Natsuhi. Yoshinomiya family is the only family I can come home to. The only one I am fond of. She is so normal, you guys. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied to the Yoshinomiya family name to herself. That's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushinomiya, leaving her to race about in vain. There's also another really good track, by the way. If Kraus were a woman, and you his husbands. You can forget the second part. If Kraus were a woman, you guys would be lesbians. Wouldn't that be awesome? No, I won't say that. What do you mean by that, father? Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinso's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she suffered up till that point. Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man. Is Natsuhi a trad wife? Yes. Yes. This is correct. Kinso once again faced away from her. I mean, we love her because she's a trad wife and hating it. That's why we like her. She's hating every second of being a trad wife. Kinso once again faced away from her. He had told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart. Father, even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. You do not have the right to wear the one-wing deal. However, the one-wing deal is surely engraved in your hearts. Yeah, she's a little bit not on the tri-wise sphere, but she's practically there. She's in the zone where if you told somebody that she's a trad wife, they would probably not refute it. She would be accepted by other trad wives. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Yoshinomiya family. Symbols near that there is no eagle on your clothes. But such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Yoshinomiya family. There is no mother in this work of fiction that I do not consider a fascinating character. Every single one of them. Without saying anything more, Kinso remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that he hadn't felt since long ago, but she had just been a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room. It truly is about moms. This is the most mom visual novel. Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs, and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinso. Right up there with her. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of one who would protect Yoshinomiya family's glory. father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says that he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you failed to persuade father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so. What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinso had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Oh shit! Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, as something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinso's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and follow after Natsuhi. So, were Nisan and the rest there? You asked father about them. I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san? That would be fine. Eva couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. Wow. Wow. Everything's gonna be different now, guys. Natsuhi is confident. The whole conference is gonna be turned over its own head. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the four children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation where he noticed that Natsuhi had returned. She slayed and served her way up through the family dynamic. Let's go. You still have not found my husband and the rest? Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer. Oh, great. The clock read a little past 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host. Kanon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either. Even Shannon is missing. Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Mackerel pancakes, oh boy. Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. Must have been a book about chess. This dumb idiot only cares about that thing. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged to. It was probably Canon, not Kraus and the rest. Madam, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomach must be growling about now. They'll probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way and search. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all of the guests. Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early in the morning. Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly. What is it? Was there something else? Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but, well, Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior. What's going on, Kanon-kun? Did you find Kraus, Nissan, and everyone else? Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looks strange. What do you mean? It looks strange? It was, how should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously. What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse? No. I'm going to inspect the inside now. I just now came back to get the key, but... I don't really get it, but it sounds like we've just gotta look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse? It's in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check. But then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. Smilers? Oh, blinkers. Oh, okay. We're getting a little bit extra with this one. What was it something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps her curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest rushed over to the entrance. Oh dear. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in the corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden, and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down, the storehouse came into view in front of them. It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji. You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode. I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But what is that? When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, he was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter. And there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it, There was something that looked like a strange dark red liquid? Mucus? Maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn out on the shutter, with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood. Thank you. No more beating around the bush. This shit looks like blood. Let's face the facts. In a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. Two circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The four ends of the cross were widely exaggerated and looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. You can look this symbol up if you want. It probably red paint, but it looks like blood, is what they're saying. It looks like blood. They're not saying it's blood. It's just evocative of blood, you know? And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols. A Western-style crest, yes, yes. What a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those... one of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance. When was this made? There was nothing drawn here when I came by yesterday before it started raining. We must do something before anyone else sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort. That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to. There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure. Then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. Ellipses. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... right. He had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room. Natsuhi's room. Kanon-kun. Let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded and the eerie shape drawn in the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, we're going back to the kids. Okay, cool. That's fine. We can find out what's in the storehouse later. One of the local punk kids. Oh, you mean Jessica? Yeah. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. Valerie and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of the breath of who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. In the anime, they show Maria's watching as the Higurashi anime. That is not a children's show. He had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. When Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him, he gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him. Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please, come with me, quickly. What's the matter? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. And the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with the tea sets. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo and that's not Natsuhi, isn't it? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something happens. They look terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. Could there had been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? Yeah. For some reason, what Battler said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned about seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards for their appearance. Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey, Maria. Are you coming too? Or will you watch TV? Oh. Wanna watch TV? Oh. Let's go on without her. Yeah, it's pretty surreal. I really like that scene where they call on Natsuhi, who's about to serve the tea, and she suddenly leaves with them. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? Oh! By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to rumble like it had the previous nights. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island, and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a shed for gardening tools or something. What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, who had just left the mansion. The ones who had left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. "You mustn't come any closer. Go back to the mansion." Despite that, no, because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuhi was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. Right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Battler and George's mouths as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsuhi, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face. "George, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly. Right now." When Natsuhi spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. It's Golden Slaughterer. I don't know why that would be playing. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene, by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I'd seen it over and over again. It was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? Alone shouldn't... Ah... Well, that suit. It's that old bastard, isn't it? I get it. And that's Uncle Kraus. And Kiria-san. And Aunt Rosa. Dad! Dad! You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Dad! Dad! Rigor mortis has set in across almost the entire body. Most likely 6 hours or more have passed since death. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there is a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. Taking notes here. So what's going on here? Just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil! This here's the work of the devil! Aunt Natsuhi caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Eva caught Georgianity. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burn into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said it. It did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer. Some carpentry tools such as a saw. Piled up potted plants in bags of fertilizer. And treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kiria-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san and... There's still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. That's more than I can count on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools which, if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the— not Goda, no! Each one of those bodies, our breakfast's ruins, jammed in here, had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup. It was more like their faces have been plowed. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't even make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I could find their mouths, because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. But their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. Dad! I always thought you were going to hell, but still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have suffered so brutally. And Kiria-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this too. They got no faces. No faces. Yeah, I really like that they don't show it. It makes it worse by imagination, but also it also really adds that layer of, yeah, only Battler got to see it. Only he's the one having to suffer for seeing it. You didn't have to see it, only Battler did. Battler, son, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For their sakes, you mustn't look anymore. That people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They got no faces. My dad and Kiria-san have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Well, I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember that old bastard's mug face anyway. Just great. Just great. But why even Kiria-san's face? Kiria-san wasn't a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit every now and then, but she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? Not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better. No. Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Battler-kun. Stop it. Stop it. Aniki. Aniki! Ah! Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees. clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Oh. Yeah, he was saying it out loud. Father, the ones lying dead. Lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kirie, and Aunt Rosa, and Goda-san. Just those five, right? No, there are 6 people. There's one more person over there. Hideyoshi, the body Hideyoshi was looking down on now, happened to be hitting among the shadows in that mountain range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yes, it's Shannon-chan. Did you hear that noise, by the way? Did you hear it? There was like a little droplet noise. Let's check our bios. Oh, look at that. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems like the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. Ushinomiya Rudolph. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. For Ushinomiya Kirie. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. She was chosen by the Demon's Roulette. That's all there is to it. Ushinomiya Rosa. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. Her face seems to have been smashed after her death. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. I like this little bit because you're thinking, who wrote this? Who's the one writing this? Servant Shannon. Her corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. It seems the side of her head was smashed after her death. Don't worry. Everyone will be revived in the Golden Lands. Servant Goda. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after his death. How unfortunate. Apparently, he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. How unfortunate. George fell completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father, "Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?" Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, though he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So, why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end? The last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful, and ran away because he was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was reviving George's mind. I see. I'm sure Shannon-chan would have wanted to leave you with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was such a horrible state that it didn't make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman. How brutish. And there, trying his best to bring the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. George, I'm sure Shannon-chan is saying thank you. She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure she's thanking you for holding her strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father. I understand. George leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request. What is it? I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger? A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands. Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring. With a valuable diamonds. Must have been pretty expensive. And... which hands? Which finger is it on? The ring finger of the left hand. Thank you for 100 bits, Shipwright. And Admiral Shipwright. I appreciate it. You've been meaning to play this? This is really good. This is one of my favorites of all time. I love it. The ring finger of the left hand. I see, so Shannon-chan was engaged. Land of Galactic Heroes. I hear it has like a big sudden moment very similar to this, where suddenly things get really, really serious. George, don't tell me you... Eva, that doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. What that man was isn't the issue here. Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. Also don't know who gave it to her. However, Even so, Shannon took this ring. Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew about George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. I see. Thank you, father. George stood up. A trace of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Valor-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile. Badler, hang in there. Badler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like help calm me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just 'cause you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Badler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile. If only a bitter one. Canon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsu had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Badler's. Realizing that she had to take the role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Canon those orders. Yes, madam. Canon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. And there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children to the beautiful rose garden, Canon might have led the way. But now, there was no distinction between Canon and the children. This is still episode 1 out of 8. We are roughly a little bit over 12 hours into this. We're 12 hours into episode 1. This is the very first time that anybody dies. And probably the only one, who knows? Yeah, it's over 100. It's pretty long. We're not even done with episode 1. They were now just kids about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji. Contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next. Understood. There is an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. When she heard that, Natsuki remembered. That's right. The phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Dr. Nanjo. Is there anything more you can do here? Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well. Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried up towels from inside the storehouse. When Ava stopped him with a shrill voice. Wait a second. Stop! This is the scene of the crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of police investigation, right? Natsuhi glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. The simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could do to aid the police, reserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprits. I agree with Eva-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be. What do you say, madam? You're right. Very well. Close it up. And just in case, we should put a different lock on it. A different lock? Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to shutter to lock it. That makes sense. So does that mean the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it? I'm sure it will be worth submitting it to the police as evidence. But Canon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Canon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence. That was careless of me. My apologies. Genji-san. Are there any other keys to the storehouse? No. Only this one. The culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but it was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they usually try to delay the point at which it'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. The six weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti, and even returned the key to the shutter. Almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in the lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it. I think that's a good plan. I agree. And you fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box. What should I do with the key? I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Have I done it when they cry stream? Uh oh, you mean Higurashi? The other series? No, I've never streamed that one. I read it too. I really like it too. But my favorite is this one. Natsuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hands. After that, and the VN is really good. I know the series is good. But for those who have seen Higurashi the TV show but haven't read the VN, since you already know the story, you can skip ahead, right? I very, very strongly recommend that you read at least part 6 of Higurashi. Because it is really fucking good. And the things they do with the medium are incredible. And so the corpses were once again sealed behind the shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Cicada season, that's right. That's the one. Cicada season 1 and season 2. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously, with its closed shutters still covered in a black-like creepy substance. It swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to reserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Come on, let's go everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police. I will do as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throats, gleaming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Yay, we did it! And this is where we're gonna call it tonight. I went super into overtime because I really wanted to get to this part. Can you imagine? Stream number 4 would have been an entire first hour before we got to see people dying. I wanted to reach this point so bad. Okay, now we save. And nothing you're right here. Yeah. Everything here is normal. Everything's here normal. Thank you, thank you. It's all necessary. It all makes sense. And you know, even with knowledge from the future, this fucking episode is still making me rub my head. I'm still trying to figure it out, and I think I've never actually solved it. And I'm probably gonna try to solve it, and I don't think I'm gonna be able to pull it off because this is actually really tough. Okay, let's go. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh, you solved this one. Nice. Like right now? during your first ever raid of the thing. That's awesome. It's pretty impressive. Yeah. What did you solve? You're like, oh, everything. I know who did it. I even know where the gold is. Let's see. We're gonna go raid Mato, who's playing Breath of Fire. Riyadh. Yeah, we're gonna Riyadh Mato. Actually, not raid, Riyadh. Thank you everyone very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Pray for me that I don't die after 5.5 hours of doing this. I'm feeling alright now, but oh my god, I'm so scared about tomorrow. Yeah, we're ending for now, shipwrights. Don't worry about it. It's chill. I appreciate you showing up. Hope you guys had a good time. I'll see you on Monday again. We're not doing this on Monday for sure. I might not even see you on Monday because maybe I'll be dead on Monday. And I'll have to wait until Wednesday. Okay, I'll see you. Say hi to Mato. Have a good night. Take care. Bye.